Good evening. I hope you're all doing good. I'm doing pretty all right. Luckily, the kids have shut up outside. I think they're gone to bed now. Um, I started a little bit later because there were a bunch of kids outside of my house playing, and they were screaming, like seriously screaming, as if I don't know they were possessed or something. It wasn't really pleasing, and I figured I'll spare you guys the painful sound and start a little later. So they're gone now. They should be to bed. So that's good. Anyways, I want to do some sound design today. I um I was going through some old projects and older stuff again last week, which I've been doing in the past month, I would say, just going through a lot of older projects and organizing everything into folders, like things that are good, things that are not good, things that are, maybe good for grabbing some samples out of it. And I came across one thing that is like a 2 minute ambient kind of thing that is pretty much a really good intro for the EP that I'm working on. So I think I want to use that. I'm not gonna play it on stream. I'm not. I don't. I'll save that until the EP is out. But I think it could be a really cool intro. But I think we then would need like I think we would need a track after it that is also in C sharp, which is an interesting key for drum and bass. And I guess we are just gonna do some sound design today and see what we can come up with in that key. It's a key I never used, so, well, I almost never used because I guess I wrote a little ambient thing, which is also not really that interesting at the moment yet, but there's a couple of layers in it that make it interesting enough for me to go like, okay, that would be a really good intro. What I'm thinking about is having like some kind of an interesting synth in the actual track. So which would be, I guess, track 2 then of the EP. Um, and then I want to reuse those synths in that ambient version that is in front of it. So that's the intro, but then probably like really granularize those synths and like make some weird resampled versions of it that sound so like a lot different. So like kind of to introduce it a little bit, and then introduce those through those 2 minutes in the intro thing, and then have the next track come in, which then has a similar kind of tone, I would say. But yeah, we need to do some sound design, and I have some ideas of things that we could try out. So welcome. That's basically my plan for tonight, and we'll see what happens. I think this would also be good because if then something turns out nice, then we can continue on it tomorrow as well. So let's switch to let's do that view. Let's do that view. How y'all doing? How was your week? I guess the week is not over yet. I guess you still have one day of work if you have a work week or something like that. But how was your week so far? Anything spectacular? Anything not so spectacular? Let's fill that chat up in the screen. That should be good. So I have a piano already. C sharp. Let's see. I'm thinking what would be interesting chords in C sharp minor. Been good, yo. Nothing happened, just uni. Ah, yeah, okay. I mean, it's important too, right? C sharp. So we would get C sharp minor. We have flat minor. Hope I'm pronouncing it good. We get E major, F sharp minor, is that A flat minor or G sharp minor? 2, A major, and B major. Yeah, that's some cool chords there. C sharp, F sharp, and A. At work now, so there's also that. Yo, fellow Scorpio, welcome. And Kenny EO, welcome as well. Hennessy, everybody, welcome. Yeah, so I have one thing that I have in mind. There's already some drums here as well, so if we want some, if we actually want to put something to drums, we don't have to make drums. I already got some drums here. They're pretty decent already, and they're made for C sharp, so that should work. Also, I have a bandage on my middle finger of the finger that's on my mouse, which is really weird. But you know what you know these, how do you, I don't know how you call that in English, but when your fingernail is sort of like, what do you call that, ripped, torn, I guess. It's sort of like ripped a little bit, but it wants to rip further and further, but to the part where it's actually connected to my finger, which is not really nice. And every time I stick it in my pocket or somewhere else, it just catches behind the fabric, which is really annoying. So I put a bandage around it, but it's really weird on my mouse. So if I click something accidentally, then that's probably why. Let's just grab a serum. I want to explore some of that polyphonic bass synth kind of stuff that I've been talking about a lot recently. I think there's a lot of room for exploration in that area. So let's try and what we can do with that. Hangnail. Damn, I've never heard of that word, but that's if that's how they call it in English, like, I believe you. But it's really annoying. I've had it for like, I think, almost a week now, and it's just it's like, I don't even know how it happened. I think I was at work or something, and I did something, and then suddenly I looked at my finger. I'm like, oh, that hurt, and I'm like, oh fuck. I think I my nail like sort of like folded a little bit or something, and then it was really annoying. But now there's this sound like a fucking chick. Just saying. Nothing against that, by the way. Hey. But yeah, it's it was painful actually. It'll be good in a couple of weeks probably, but it's definitely gonna take a few weeks until that is gone. It's like not at the what, how do you call that part of the finger? I don't know, that part of the fingernail. I'm not even sure. It's like on the side of it, so it's like it's gonna take weeks, probably. Yeah. So what I mean is, for this we need a patch with something like, I guess, a shape something like this, and then on envelope mode, and then we need a filter. And then we just stick that on there, like a little bit of a range like that maybe. And then we want to start basically playing with some notes here. So we had those chords. What was it? Yeah, so if we just let's just put a C sharp one here. Let's make this a bit smaller as well. So we can layer another C sharp on top of this easily, and it's gonna sound fine, even if we distort it. Like if we do that, and let's already chuck some distortion on, because that's when we hear all the cool stuff happening. Let's just do something like this. So you can hear how that interacts with each other. And certain notes will work. I think in this instance a lot of them will work because the difference in pitch is so big. But if we're gonna have something that is, let's just do that. We're gonna mess with the pattern a lot in just a bit. We just need a pattern so that we can start building a patch around it. And then we will probably go back to the pattern afterwards. So let's see. We have F sharp as well. What should we do? Oh yeah, that could be fun. Let's duplicate that again. And then here we're gonna go to that F sharp. Not sure if we can tune. Well, we can tune it. Yeah, we can tune it here. And you can load tuning files, I think. Yeah, you can load tuning files. So you could, I guess, do it like microtonal stuff as well, I guess. I just never done it, but I guess you could. Oh, no Twitch anymore then. No, sorry. At the moment not. I'm, well, I've explained this a couple of times already. I should set up a text message for this that I can easily trigger, but basically, long story short, I used Restream all this time, and Restream had like paid and free accounts. I've never really gotten a paid account because I always thought their subscriptions were pretty expensive for what you get, basically, or at least for what I get that I actually would use, which is mostly just streaming to two platforms, and that's basically it, and getting the chat of two platforms in one chat. And they decided for a couple of months ago, I think it was, or a couple of weeks ago, maybe, what was it, month and a half ago, or a month, something like that. They decided to plaster a huge watermark on all the free users' streams, and the only option to get rid of it was to get one of their subscriptions. And you get a whole bunch of stuff, but most of it I will not use, and I don't have any use for. So the only thing that I really have use for is the multi-streaming and having the chat in one window, and getting rid of the watermark, basically. Those are the three features that I would use, and I would have to pay like 40 something euros a month for that, which is quite expensive in my opinion. For, something as little as that. So, yeah. And as well, the whole way of how it all went. Like, I went on their social media, I saw it just before going live, and I was like, I was about to click live, and then I saw the watermark. I was like, what? What's that? And I went to like their website, nothing about it. I was like, what's this? I went to the social media profiles, no updates about it whatsoever, and I was like, okay. But then the only updates that were there were like, yo, we are doing this support Ukraine thing, and the watermark was then colored in the colors of the Ukrainian flag. And I was like, really, are you supporting them, or are you just promoting your subscription over the backs of a war? It's like the timing of introducing the watermark thing wasn't the best in my opinion, and I was like, I'm not gonna pay for that. you know it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Like, I wouldn't really be like, I'm currently thinking about what I'm gonna do. I do want to go back to multi-streaming, because it definitely is nicer to have people on other platforms be able to watch as well. And I know that Streamlabs allows it as well. So Streamlabs has a multi-streaming feature too, and their subscription is definitely cheaper. It's like 18 euros a month or something. So that's like half the price of what I would be paying for a restream. So I'm thinking about that, but I'm not sure yet. So, where did you get that serum skin? This is the skin anthracite, as you can see right here. And I think the website for this skin is offline. You can't really download it anymore. But, luckily, for all you guys, I zipped this up and put it in my Discord server. So if you go to my Discord server, and the invite link should be in the description below the stream, or just in the chat somewhere, and go to the general tab of the Discord, and then in the pinned messages, you will be able to find the zip file for this skin somewhere. And there's like a whole bunch of different colors. Like, you got all these different color options, which is kind of nice. Right, so just simple for now, just that. So that we can start messing with it. There's such an interesting, you can get really interesting things from this kind of method for synth. And it's all in the distortion. Like if we take this distortion off, it's just too like okay, we also get that one, but see, it's really just that. And when we add the distortion in, it's just we get that interesting tone from it. Right? And if we do this, for instance, we can even so like strengthen that distortion a little bit. Woo! Like this could be intro. Something like that. And playing with the position of this is going to really change how it sounds. And I like it to have it actually off BPM sync so that you can really... And then... So you can use that as well to kind of get a lot of different kind of things from it. And if you start sort of like playing with this, and like, that's why I love Serum for this, because it has all those options for automating the curve and the position of the point. You can get really expressive things. It's amazing. I'll show you in a bit. I'll try and set up a patch that is gonna be both sort of like consistent. So when we play it, it's always gonna be the same. But then when we bring up a macro knob, it starts introducing variations. And I'll show you how you can do that, because this patch is perfect for that. This kind of sound. I like it. Like, this is nice. But we don't need it. Like, we can kind of get away with just a single saw wave. See, it sounds pretty much the same. The reverb is creating the width anyway, so... Okay, and we can also have like a little bit of hyperdimension if we want some width. There we go, it's like immediately wide, so... Let's see, what should we do? Be smart at this point. Let's just go back in. That's more for later. That's more for the resampling later. Let's go into here. Let's do that thing with this. I said it's kind of fun to do. So that way the lower notes are already a little bit more low pass than the higher notes. Okay, so let's set up a couple of things. We want I'm going to use a macro knob that's going to control the different things. So I'm gonna be able to do it in one patch though. Let's get rid of that. I was thinking of having one macro knob, sort of like to morph between the more intro version of the patch, and then one that is more of like the one that introduces all the random stuff. But well, I guess we can do it. We can try. Okay, so you have these things right here, right? These chaos things, and you also have some other modulators which are really fun. So one that is, let's say you want to introduce variations into this thing. You can, for instance, take a right click on one of these things, so let's say that one, and modulate the curve. LFO bus 1, and then you have the chaos, which is sort of like a random LFO, basically, which works. But what I'm a big fan of are these two, these note on randomizers. So you can use that, and then every time a note is being triggered, it picks a different position for that curve. So what you get, if I now play this, it starts introducing randomization on that curve, which is really fun. So let's say we also want that on here. We want the Y of this also to do the same thing, but instead I want to have that with the second one so that it's doing different things from the curve. And now when we let this play, it's going to generate new variations. Let's do this for the X as well. And I'm just going to use LFO bus 3, node randomizer 1. Why do I do 3 and not just the same as this one, so that I can have a different range on this one? So right here we've got the LFO bus 1s. Can we move that one? No, you can't move these down. You can't sort them, right? But, well, whatever. So we can, for instance, say, have this one go like that. And then let's move it somewhere around here, maybe. No, let's keep it here. Yeah, it'll create some clicks every now and then, but that's fine, you know. I would resample this without this on it, so you get just this. And I can really easily cut the clicks out as well and then put the reverb back on it. And then that fills out the space again, so... But now let's say this is a little bit annoying to work with, right? Because it's doing something different every single time. So what if you now just do this? Macro 1, and macro 1, not 2, macro 1. Now macro 1 controls this. So if this is all the way down, You just get that. See, so you can do some really cool stuff like that. There's some other ones as well. There's the note on Alt, which I'm not sure what that does. Let's see what happens. Oh, that just jumps from one to the other position. I get it. I get it. And then there's the chaos ones, and if we use that, it's just gonna move. But I think those also re-trigger. So looks like it's doing something in terms of that, but there's a couple of ways of how we can use this. I like these node randomizers the most for this kind of stuff. And you just want to sort of like play around with the ranges and find like something that generates interesting enough variations. Happens if we use this. Sorry if it's getting loud. That's weird. Whew. Let's look at the chat. Yo, Does Glitch, welcome. Ah, god damn it. That's one annoying thing in the Streamlabs desktop software. My scroll wheel doesn't want to work in the chat. That sound has a really nice texture. Yeah, it sounds quite interesting. Some motorcyclist drove past blasting Fortunate Son in real life. Oof. I'm a sucker for sample and hold and random hold LFOs. Yeah, I think it's cool because it generates ideas basically for you, right? It does things, it moves things for you in ways you probably wouldn't have done it yourself, especially if there's like, if it's controlling like 5 to 10 different things at once, right? You can't do that all by yourself at once. So that's why it's so cool, because it generates all these interesting things. That's why I also love Portal so much, or the Universal Audio plugins, which are granular stuff. I guess Portal is granular too, because it does a similar thing. You put it on something and you kind of know what it does, but you can't really predict what you're gonna get, if you get what I mean. So that's kind of cool, right? You know, it's always like you're always gonna find these interesting little things that make you go, ooh, that's interesting. Is it a saw ring mod with a sine? No, it's literally just a saw wave into distortion. But we're playing polyphonic notes, so that's where the stuff is coming from. See, we're playing this C sharp with like G sharp on top, so that's a perfect fifth. That's why you get that. But if we would take that one and that, you get a different sound, right? You get a sort of like an inharmonic harmonic in it. An overtone. Yeah, that's what you get. You get like, and like if those notes overlap, they kind of start doing some cool stuff. I'm thinking would probably be nice to have a longer release on the low notes, so that when the low notes overlap, or not when the low notes overlap, but when the low note stops, it kind of goes on a little bit longer than the high notes, and then those high notes that are playing will kind of just start distorting more. Okay, that's too much. That's not nice. That's too much. Oh wait, it was also maybe because of the portal. Let's try it again. Yeah, the low note now has a longer decay to it, a longer release. So if you take like, yeah. Like even just moving this around in like a clip like this. You can hear it starts distorting in certain sections where you get these different chords. Woo! Like they just layer nicely because they're so far apart in pitch. And the distortion is just creating the extra overtones, the extra harmonics in the sound, which are probably quite inharmonic, but that is actually sounding cool, right? Are all your plugins given to you by sponsors? No, not all of them. A lot of them are, but not all of them. I buy things myself as well. Let's see. Yeah, this one is cool. I also, like I said, I also like the universal audio silo for this kind of stuff. It's so good. Let's turn these two off. So cool. So many different things you can do with this one. Yeah, exactly. I would also just bounce it. Just keep this running and just mess with the settings while you're doing that, and then just record what is coming out of it. And then just use that in your track to kind of make it more interesting, you know? So many different things that you can make with this. It's just like, this masking thing is so cool. It basically just, like normally you would basically, normally a granular effect or synth, you would put something in it, and then you tell it at which speed you want it to generate grains, right? And then it's just going to start generating grains at that speed. And you can modulate the speed and stuff like that, that's fine. But what this masking thing does, it tells Silo when it needs to generate grains and when it needs to not generate a grain, if you get what I mean. So this is just moving around, and every time it hits one of those black ones, it generates a grain. And the speed at which this is moving around is the speed that is set right here, the rate. So if we add deviation to the rate, you can see now, every time it hits a black one, it changes the speed. See? So you get like really interesting results that you can get with that. And you can sort of like really get all kinds of generative variations on whatever you're doing already. See? It's so good. You just get all these interesting variations on whatever you already have, which is kind of nice. So cool. Maybe a bit more than this. Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts. Ooh. Sorry. Sorry for all the massive sounds here. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, let's see what we get. Do that. Yeah, that's weird. Now this would be good for resampling. Let's see, we can. I think I had another version as well. Let me see what that one sounds like. I had another version in a different version of this same project file. Where is it? It's probably here. It's probably that one. Yeah, this one. It's the same technique, and then if you do you get the same thing, and or a similar thing at least. I kind of want to try out what that pattern sounds like on this one. So you can kind of see what I mean. We have some randomization on the rate of the LFO. Let's assign it to the macro as well. Like, that's a good first bass sound. But that's the same high note, but a lower. I think there's a whole bunch of different clips in here. This as well, is that the same? Ooh! Ooh! Fuck yes! Okay, that one works really well with this patch. Let's see what that one sounds like. That could be the winner here. Let's do it. Dun, dun. That one sounds really cool. It has a really, I don't know. Okay. Doesn't sound bad. See if we take some of this out. Yeah, that could definitely work. Like if you have maybe dun 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 wow wow bum. Like have like a sort of like a re-sound here or something to kind of break up that pattern. So that it's not like this whole thing. Like you can have this maybe in a processed version or filtered down version in the intro to kind of introduce it. Have like dun 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 dun, something like that, you know, and then bum 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 bum, wow bum bum, then go back into this, and maybe variation on this section. Ideas. Okay, that one is nice as fuck though, so let's just get rid of that track. Like, compare this. I mean, it's cool, but then it's just there's all these interesting intervals happening, and with that distortion, it's creating all those well, interesting sounds. I mean, it's mostly straightforward stuff. Like this is just an octave, so it's just an octave right here, and then this one, that E note, is the minor third of this one. So this note right here has release. So there is, even though it stops here, a more low pass tail of that note is still here, and this note is the minor third of that one. So it's layered on top of that low pass tail of that low note, and then it's distorted together, which creates an sort of like inharmonic overtone, because it's gonna look at like, okay, what is the difference between this note and that note? And that is then the frequency at which we get harmonics or something, or we get harmonics based on that frequency, which is the difference between the two notes. And that creates these really inharmonic, well, resonances in the sound, which is really cool. Like that one isn't too clear, but if we take that one out, it still sounds cleaner. I mean, that one doesn't sound that distorted, but if we add like this one, you can really hear what I mean. See? Huh. It's a bit weird. I love playing with this technique. It's so cool. You get all these weird... Because then right here, this is an octave again. And then this is a major third. So a major third sounds really nice, actually, compared to a minor third. A minor third sounds a bit weird. Like if we take these two, it kind of works, but if we bring that, oh, not the entire thing. If we bring this one up a bit, you can hear what I mean. It's like, see, you get that really weird sound, but if we then make this a major third, it sort of like sounds really stable, so it's really fun to play around with. And this, what is that? See, this is even weirder. This is a sus2. Like, we're only having two notes of the chord, but it's an F sharp and a G sharp on top. So that together creates a really weird overtone with the distortion. You can hear it as well. That note really sticks out. But that is really cool. It has a really interesting sound because of it, right? If I would make this an A note, which is the minor third, is what you would normally expect, then... But that one just... And this only works because it's so far apart in pitch. Like if we bring this down, it won't work. See, it just completely collapses. It just doesn't sound good at all. We need that separation in pitch for this to work. And this again, this is A with F sharp. So that is A with, what is that? A with a flat 6? Is that right? No. Oh yeah, I think it is. I think that's A with a flat 6 on top, which is, again, not really an interval that would normally work well with distortion, but you can kind of hear what I mean, right? Like, that would normally have to be E. E is the perfect fifth of A, so then that sounds really stable. But for some reason, that it's kind of cool, right? Because it gets those really interesting overtones. Okay, that one is actually kind of cool there. E, and then on the low note we can do A. Like, I would say music theory is definitely gonna come in handy when you wanna do this thing, like what I'm doing here. This is definitely gonna be helpful if you know a bit of music theory, because otherwise it's just gonna be, well, it's still, you can still do it, just do it by ear, but I know exactly which sort of like harmonics or which intervals kind of work well, and then I can sort of like make sure that I put at least enough of those in so that there's enough parts of it that are somewhat stable, and then every now and then you put in one that isn't, but that either is going to be really short so that it doesn't really matter, or it's going to be used to accentuate a note, right? Okay, let's see if we can use that in a way. So let's say we have some intro thing. It's probably not going to start with this, but it's a bit much as a start of an intro, right? I'm also a big fan of just doing that. Just, you know, making your pattern, writing your tune, and then at some point just record the hell out of that track and just take this with your mouse and just start moving it around while it's playing back, because I find it quite easy as well to kind of get interesting movements. Can you run us through the patch real quick? Well, just go back in the stream, because I made this in like the last, what is it? Oh, already, well, I would say probably the last hour. So, yeah, it's just a saw wave with some filter, distortion, compression, filter, EQ, going into a reverb, and some more distortion, and using polyphonic notes. So even though it's bass, right? This is clearly bass. That down there. Right now it's a bit low. Isn't really a lot happening, but if we do that and slow it down a bit, then this is clearly bass, right? Bit low maybe, but and the high notes are sort of like more lead synth, but I would use this probably, resample it and probably layer some basses underneath it. And could use like parts of this in like the drop as well. Like let's say what I was thinking about earlier, what was that? That was I was saying something like that. What is that doing? That is gonna do E2 D sharp. Pretty much. Just want that. So something like something like that. More maybe. Let's do MPE instead. That might be nicer. You can play around with which note we're gonna end up on. Let's turn this on. Is it? Why is it not doing that last one? Oh, okay. Doesn't want to do it if we have it like. That's weird. I like how the lower notes seem to squelch more than the higher notes. Oh, you mean the higher notes more than the lower notes? Yeah, that is, the lower notes are more low passed than the higher notes. There's some key tracking on that as well, so that the low notes are not as don't have as much high frequencies, because we get those high frequencies from the high note, right? The high note adds the high frequencies and layers. Like even if we, like if I take that patch, I'll show you what I mean. Like if I take this patch, and if I just swap this out for a sine wave, listen. Most of the sound is already there. It's not necessarily in the oscillator. Like with just a sine wave, we get the same result, because the harmonics are created by the two notes running through that distortion that is really heavy, and that creates the mid-range. So, and I guess the compressor, the multiband compressor, is acting as another distortion that is just bringing up all the high end. So, and that is then filtered again. So it's like, even with just the pure sine, we just get the same thing, basically. And a little bit of a different tone than with a saw wave, but I like the tone that we get because of it. And playing with the distortion is also gonna change how it sounds, of course. Huh, that could be intro. That's for the drop. That's for the intro. The Yode distortion is always pretty heavy. That's also pretty fun. You can do some pretty cool stuff with this one. That just turns it into a sustained bass. What? Yes. We're gonna go for the variation on the 2010 dubstep Yoi basses. So weird. I guess we need more, like a bandpass filter or something then. With like a shit. Yeah. Get that kind of thing. It's not what I want to go do though. You can already hear with that really simple Reese how that's gonna work there. And the X shaper, of course, is gonna be super fun. It's just a wave shaper, so you can just create like all kinds of weird shapes. You can just do whatever you want. Really weird stuff. So yeah, there's so many options here with this with patches like these. That's why I said in the Discord as well. Like, there's so much room for exploration in this kind of area. Like right now, a lot of people in the dubstep scene are doing the color-based stuff, which is kind of in a similar direction, but doing it in a completely different way, right? Everybody is completely hyped on the whole, what is it, pitch map plugin, and everybody sounds exactly the same now because of that. It's just another one of those things, right? It's just somebody finds a plugin that is 10 years old that makes him go, oh shit, this is actually pretty cool on a dubstep bass. And then post this on YouTube, and now everybody just sounds absolutely the same in that sort of like color-based kind of thing, because everybody uses the same tool. They either do a vocoder or they do the pitch map plugin. I mean, I get it though; it works, but there's so many other ways of doing like polyphonic or melodic basses that have like sort of like a melodic element to it. And this would be another way of them. Like I have that other track where I did that mid-range layer for a bass that is also based on a chord that I was using the spectral resonator in Ableton with the polyphonic input on the granular mode, creating all kinds of weird random bleeps, and that was used, really distorted it heavily and laid it on top of another bass, and you kind of get a similar thing. Nobody does it that way. It sounds different as well, and you get super interesting results, but everybody just uses the pitch map plugin right now. The Caracal project, yeah, I know, he has a lot of it as well, and he doesn't use the pitch map plugin. Like, he doesn't use that. I sub to him on Patreon as well, so I watch some of his production stuff every now and then, and I know kind of what he does, and he just mostly uses a lot of stock Ableton effects. Like, he really just uses a lot of the resonator, like the where is it? The resonator, he uses that one a lot, and then he just, like, let's say he has a bass line with a couple of notes, and then he will be just basically just tuning the resonator and automating the pitch per note so that he gets different harmonics out of it. I've seen him do that. I also saw him use the spectral resonator with like a MIDI input and just feeding like MIDI notes into it to create like interesting harmonics on top of a bass. Vocoders as well, but it's like plenty of other methods of doing it. You know, like as well, like somebody saying convolution reverb. Heck, you can sit down an afternoon, maybe not even an afternoon, maybe an hour or something. Just sit down and make yourself a couple of one-shot hits of like different chords with maybe a saw wave or like a plucky saw wave or a plucky square wave or something like that, and just make like a bunch of different chord variations, label them correctly, export them so that you know which chord it is, and use those as impulse responses in a convolution reverb on a bass sound. You can make color bass like that as well, I bet. You know? Export like a whole bunch of different sine wave plucks on different pitches, ranging from C0 up to C8, and then just put them all into a folder and use them as an impulse response. Like, there's so many things you can do with convolution reverb as well. I've been actually making some impulse response myself with like just recordings of myself just doing breathy sounds and stuff like that, and using that as impulse responses. And there's some really cool stuff you can do with that. I mean, we can try it out on this. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we like if we take this off, so it's dry as fuck. Let's just take. I'm gonna take the kilohertz one because that one works pretty nice actually. We take this and just go to that folder that I have. Like if we just take one of these, you get weird shit like that. I guess we need the Valhalla room again as well. It's literally just a breathy sound. Can we type in a value? Oh yeah. And you can get some wild results. And just taking all kinds of stuff, you know? One thing I don't like is that there's no option to go back up one folder. I need to click here, and then so I need to put them in a different folder. Like also just weird mouth pop sounds, just changes the tone in a weird way, which is kind of cool to play around with. Like not on this sound maybe, but you get what I mean. I think seeing you mess around in Harmor would be brilliant. I don't think so because I hate that plugin. I hate the interface of that plugin, so you wouldn't really see me use that a lot. Actually, I completely didn't install it anymore. What do you think of Ableton's convolution reverb? I think it's pretty good. But I also like the new one actually. The what is it? The hybrid reverb. That one is pretty cool. It's sort of like a combination of an algorithm-based reverb and the convolution reverb. So, like right here, you just got like convolution stuff, and then this right here, I believe, is the algorithm, or yeah, and this right here is the algorithm reverb, and then you can blend between the two, which is kind of cool with this. So this one is just kind of just 2 in 1. It's got this one basically has a lot of the same impulse responses as the convolution reverb, a little bit less, but kind of similar things. Seeing you have like different options as well, it's kind of cool. Like you can have the reverb run in series or parallel, which is pretty interesting. But the convolution reverb is pretty good too. I haven't tried the microtuner yet. I have installed it, but I haven't tried it yet. It is here, but no, we haven't tried it yet, so. Okay. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh, I like that one. Swap them around. Let's group these, by the way. Bass. And let's drop some sidechain on this. Getting into kind of like a drop idea right now, so better set up some sidechain. Sidechain kick. Sidechain snare. Are these set up? They are. Okay, good. What are we gonna do here? Bend pass, maybe? Bend pass with a nudge. Let's try doing... Set this to... Does this still work? Oh, it does. Interesting. Oh, that's the wrong one. That one. I'm not really liking the movement on that Reese, but it's for now. It's just temporary. It needs to be something there. Love to hear that Reese whoop occasionally with like an 1/8 dotted or 1/8. Cleaning it up a bit. Yeah, that could definitely work. Some like that. I get what you mean. Samples, drums, crashes, right? Kind of like that, but then without the first. Or this kind of stuff right here. But more like a splashy sound, which I'll probably make myself with addictive drums then, because it gives me a little bit more control. And you said automation points to a wave or pulse mode in Ableton, so the weight curve handle sets an oscillation. I think you can. Why is it not loading? I think you can. You can have you have all these different things right here, which I never use, by the way. But yeah, there's that. That one is really bright, nice for like top layer. Where is it? Is it? There, but that's not making any sound. That's the one to stop it. Where's the... That's a different one. Who? Are you? That's not it. Oh wait, my bad. That is it. Why is it... Why is it still registering a note then? Oh, I got it. The skill feature on my MIDI controller was turned on. But this would be something I would probably worry about later. It's not really too important at the moment. Like that is pretty much the drop idea without any of this, just literally this. But then with a better thing here. At this moment, I think it would be nice to think a little bit about the intro and get a little bit of an intro structure going, so that we kind of have a feeling for what the drop needs to feel like when it hits. Because this, I guess, hits hard enough. Like, that first bass hit is hard enough. Maybe needs a layer of like some, like I said, like you said, a crash or something like that to kind of reinforce it. But that is something we can only know when we have the part in front of it, right? Or at least, in my opinion. This is good enough for now. You don't want to get too carried away with, you know, making this as good as possible. So, let's see what the pattern here is. So we go from C sharp to G sharp. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, to F sharp right here. This is just sort of like a part in between. This is like a little, yeah, this is sort of like a little weird chord part where it does some fill kind of thing. This is the main note that comes after this one. You kind of hear dun, dun, dun. That's kind of the pattern that you're hearing underneath everything. So that is C sharp to F sharp to A, I think then. Oh no, we're just repeating that C sharp to F sharp. Let's move these out of the way for now. Let's think about an intro. Spicy. It's harmonic minor. I'm not using B anyway, so. Some really interesting options we have here for. Let's just start with like some drone on C sharp or something. That's kind of the main pitch that we have. C sharp to F sharp. Fill in the gaps in between. I think the intro is probably just gonna need just that C sharp to F sharp over and over again, and then we can just deviate away a little bit from it every now and then, but probably not too much. Let's see what we have. I got all those patches that I organized. See what we got in there. You shall not pass. So we have something nice. Jesus, that's low. We need something else. Let's see. Doesn't really have a lot of nice stuff in the high. Need something that we can add some higher notes to as well. It's too low. It's really distorted. Again, it's just really low notes. So we have one with. I mean, there's some stuff in the high notes, but subtly. I like the sound of that one. See, it works with those chords. Pattern. Yeah, that sounds a bit fucked. When these come in. See, that doesn't work. Because it does... Okay, let's see if we can make this work. Throat is not working. Throat.exe stopped working. Hello, Steamboat. I was a little bit of a steamboat myself yesterday. Wheeze. Like, that works. But this is quicker. See, this goes to F sharp right here. That's F sharp. So what it wants to is that. We hear two of them now. Let's turn one off. See, that's... That works. That. Okay, so if we drop that here and then move this up. Those down. No, let's keep them up. Now we get. What do we need here first? We don't want to go straight into that one. And this one is more like a lead in this section anyway than a bass. So I'm thinking free space underneath it. A risa bass. Take that with that, maybe 6. Make you do that. Crank it up a bit. Maybe give this one that. Why is it? Let's see. Let's mute that one for now. Let's do. That's weird. It's doing something else again than that, but might actually be somewhat correct. We'll see. That could be cool too. What is this doing? Oh, this is doing. Yeah, we're gonna change this up again. Do this. Then have that to that to that. Jesus Christ. Look at that low. Oh, whatever. I like that transition here. That dun, 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 dun. That works really well. That in this halfway point. This one is a bit low. So what if we do that? I'm actually thinking of moving all these low ones up an octave. This one is a bit fucked because it's all by itself. Basically, these low ones are a bit annoying. So what if we do those a bit higher? That's way better. Maybe right there. Ooh! Okay. This one is kind of cool. I mean, let's do it without it, and then we can add that as a variation. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's back. It's because we have the same clip twice. It's the same, right? God damn it. Are those the same? Yeah, they are the same. So we can just do Dum, bum. And then we get the big one with like a kick. Bum. We're gonna get drop after here or something. So this would be build up territory, I guess. So we can do bum. And then maybe we're gonna also do the hi-hats on 1/4 so we get more bum. Oh fuck yes. I already hear it. And it's gonna be a bit more filtered coming in as well. So like introduced, and then here we get the full thing. So we need to swap this around actually. So we need that one. Just gonna go to where the drop is, and then this one can be here. We're obviously gonna have to change some stuff here. Then we're gonna play with that, but let's see. Save. Holy shit! Nobody in the chat telling me to save. Where's Ramon when you need him? Oh, fuck. Can we undo? There's no undo in here, right? Holy fucking shit. Yeah, of course. Now it's fucked up. See? Fucking. Annoying motherfucker. I don't really like the. It might be better. We're back already. So I'm hearing something at the end there. We need. Dun, dun, dun. Yes. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Not exactly what. This one is different. This one needs to be that, I think. That. I think that's what I need. Let's duplicate that. And then we need a variation at the end here, basically. Then... so to A there at the end. Variation generator. Oh, glide is not going to work. We need this to be polyphonic. If it's monophonic, it won't work. Like, we're going to do this. Goodbye, distortion. We lose all the interesting parts of distortion because we need that. See? Like, it does sound cool, but it doesn't work for what we're doing here. So I keep changing this pattern as well. So this is now doing C sharp to F to C sharp, or C sharp to F sharp to C sharp to F sharp to C sharp to F sharp to A to F sharp. That's what we're doing. So let me actually put that in a MIDI clip so we don't forget it. So it's basically just C sharp to F sharp, repeat it. So we get C sharp to F sharp, repeat it. And then here we go to A, that. So that's the pattern that sits underneath everything. So if we turn that into a chord, we would get C sharp minor right here. Then we get F sharp minor as well. So that would be F sharp, A, and then C sharp, that. Then repeating that. Then at the end here, we can kind of leave this. Then we get an A minor 7th. And then here, we can leave it as well. So we can just leave the chords. Basically, we can have these chords just extend. That's nice. That's why that works so well. It's basically just adding the extra third underneath it to turn that chord into a major chord, into a major 7th chord. Which is kind of nice. So if we put some sine waves on it. That's kind of the chord progression that it's doing. And then at the end there, we can do that G sharp. Actually, that might be nice. So that we get, then we can do that major 3rd here instead of the minor 3rd, because it should be B according to the scale. So we should get this, and then we can do that. So that would be the chord that we should get. But what if we do that? And we get a major minor 7th chord. And yes, that's a real chord. G sharp major minor 7th. That chord is such a spicy feeling. I love it. So then this one would have to go to G sharp. What if we put this one on that C? I mean, kind of comes in here at the end as well, so Like, I'm not using B anywhere, so... And we might change it up there at the end. We might have a little pause there before this one comes in, but... So this is gonna do... Dun, dun, dun. And here it does... Dun, dun. Let's work on this version because this is actually a nice part. Okay. Ah, fuck, man. This is gonna be so fucking hard. Oh, wait. Wait. Need to grab this one first. Because we've changed it. So... Ooh, go into that A there. Dun, dun, dun. Woo! And then we need to take you again. Just grab the entire bit for now. Drop you there. This, I feel like we have a tune coming here. Don't you think so as well? Bring the thing shakers in right here. Not sure if we need the 8-note hats, to be honest. Could maybe be cool in this section, but let's just move it here. So now we get... Yeah, this can be changed, but... I think they can come in later. And these come in. Go. Not too sure about that last section of the synth thing here, but we'll see. Ooh. Yes. I like it there as well, which is right here. We got some. Wait, the rights are in a different one. The rights are somewhere else. Here. The right. Right there. Try a right. Yeah, totally right. Not pitch envelope, we want that one. Let's see what else we have. We have a lot of rights, so. should do that first, because then we only hear the high end from it, because we don't really need anything else from it. So we might not even need to pitch it up as much. Like, sometimes just doing that can already be enough, and then just... Why is it so off-center, though? There's no panning on this one, right? Like, that is all set too. How do you... Oh, that's weird. Jesus, that is hard. Okay, you can do that. If we do this... Fixed it. Fixed it. Now it's mono though, obviously. But we can just add a little bit of it. I don't want to pan it, I just want to add a bit of width, but not as much as it has by itself. That doesn't really do much. Then if we take this one, then that one should probably do a lot. Yeah, see, that one makes it a bit asymmetrical, but this is fine. Not as much as what it was before. We can always widen it a bit with something else. But what this also takes care of is making sure that it's going to be consistent in mono, so that when it's summed to mono, like, it might even be good to just have it in mono like this, so that when it's summed to mono, it's basically going to sound the exact same. You don't really lose anything, and then you can just add some stereo layer on top of it to kind of make it blend a bit in the width as well, but for now this is fine. Some granular resampling with pigments could be awesome for a switch in the ARP to add some stereo. I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't even necessarily go with that. Like, I would just turn on this unfiltered audio thing, to be honest, and do a whole long resampling session, because variations for days. Just endless variations. So weird. Which one was it? There was one which... I thought there was one which had shape just in the middle that you could widen and shit. Maybe it was a different plugin. Oh, that's probably... Oh yeah, that's Pigment. I've been using so many granular stuff lately that I keep forgetting the feature, or I keep mixing up the features of different granular plugins. Like, this is just endless variation. Like, imagine the Reese coming back here. Like, as a variation on the drop, like a section later, where this comes back in, and then you have something like that. So weird, but it's so good. Yo, Elk, welcome. Have you picked this one up yet? You better do it, because I think you would love this thing. I think you would absolutely love this thing, mate. This masking thing is so interesting. Like, masking the... Like, I said it before what this does, but it's kind of like you apply a mask. Like, if you know what granular stuff does, right? You set a speed and it generates a grain on a particular speed. That's what this is doing as well. Like, if we set this to that, then it's basically just now generating a grain every 1/32 note. Right, so... But we can use this mask to kind of tell it when to do it, when to let a grain through, and when to not let a grain through. So on these white ones, or these ones that are not enabled, it just skips it. There's no grain being played. So you kind of get these really interesting rhythmic things, and for like resampling, it's so good as well. Like, just take one of those and just... And the same thing happens here with the reverb, because this reverb has the same thing. So if we just do this, now it's just a regular reverb. But then we can use a mask on that as well, so that the reverb is only triggered when this comes in, and this then moves on the speed that is set here. But then you can also set deviation to that speed, so that every time it hits one of those black ones, it changes the speed. See? Now it just randomizes the speed, so you with your randomizers, you're gonna fucking love this shit. Like, you're gonna map this to a macro or something, and then you're probably gonna make that come in over time, or come in when you exactly want it, or where you want to generate some variations. I know how you are. With your generator racks. You could do that with this. You could map this probably, because I assume this is mappable as well. So... Kind of, yeah. I guess. Kind of. I mean, I already used a bunch of the unfiltered audio plugins as well. The Sandman Pro, which is like a granular delay. But I saw this one and I was like, holy shit, that looks interesting. And I bought it. I was like, holy shit, that thing is so good for resampling things. It's like, you just feed something through it that you already have in your track, and you're like, okay, let's just do a nice long session with like, just, I don't know, just sit down for a minute or 8 and just tweak some knobs while it's playing back, and then just find some cool parts of it. And there's all these different modes for the reverb. This thing is like a stereo imager thing, which moves things around in 3D space, I guess. I don't really use it a lot because it also adds like a lot of width, so sometimes it doesn't really end up sounding that good in mono, but it can be nice on, I guess, pads or something. And it's just gonna move the grains around, and then you have all those different modes as well, which then do weird shit like moons, like and then they rotate around the middle point, I guess. It's like all kinds of weird modes for it. Quite interesting, and you can lock everything and randomize it. That's so cool as well, I think. But like what we're feeding into it is that. You can literally just by you, like right now it's set to a fourth note. So if we set this to one that has 4 dots, then it's always going to be in sync, right? So it's like you can even do stuff like that where it's actually just going to be relatively the same every time it loops, because it's just doing the same thing. You just have to make sure that this buffer is also set to a time synced value, I guess, which we have. So we can, for instance, set that to a bar. So then it's exactly set to a bar. And then this buffer would also be time synced. Thanks, Alchemy.
ダットラフ
What? That laugh. Oh, that laugh. Thanks. Thanks for the $5, mate. Yeah, I'll definitely demo it if they have it and spend some time with it. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have the demo. It's a plugin alliance, so I'm not sure if they have demos actually. But I would say just wait on like a sale because they have it on sale every now and then as well. It's not cheap, so I would just wait on the sale. That's what I did as well. When I bought it, it was on sale. It was still not cheap, I have to be honest. But I bought a couple of their plugins, so I got like a discount when I did that. But it's totally worth it, honestly. I would wait for the sale though. I would wait for the sale for sure. But Plugin Alliance does sales quite often, I think. So should just keep a look on that, I guess. Just I think I just have an email set up for that or something that they just send me an email when they do a sale. So I was like, oh shit, nice. And I also bought Spec Ops, which is the other plugin that I wanted to get from them, which is like a spectral processing plugin. It's quite interesting. We haven't used Spec Ops on this sound yet, so we can try, see what we get. This thing is also nice. That's weird. This thing is absolutely great for atonal stuff. It's so good. And all these different modes, these different like this is an absolutely great sound design tool for like mangling stuff up. This geometry section, you can kind of pitch shift it, and then I think here you have these geometry sort of like things that I think correspond or interact as well with what you do here, or something like that. And I think there's another one somewhere, some kind of a thing that I'm not entirely sure, but all these weird glitchy freeze modes, which I'm not entirely sure what they do, but that's what I mean. Really strange sounds. So that was quite nice to buy because I wanted to have that one. But that plugin Silo is, yeah, definitely the favorite one of the ones that they have, for me at least. They got a bunch more that I haven't tried because they're quite expensive. There's one, what was it called? Biomay, I think? Unfiltered audio Biomay, but that thing is like $300, and I was like, holy shit, damn. No. Already spent a bit too much, so I was like, yeah, let's not do that. Intro definitely is up for change, but we're just doing mostly sound design today, and we already got a pretty interesting sound from that session today, so automatically, immediately we get that thing, which we don't need. That's just for resampling. I wouldn't put this on like just like this because it's, in my opinion, a bit too uncontrollable if you use it live. Like it's a great effect. I guess it could work maybe if you do it on some keys, like some piano or something in an intro. You don't really have to resample that probably. Maybe once when you just are done with your track, you know. But for something like bass and your lead elements in your drop, I would probably not use this live, because this buffer, if you stop playing, it's still going to generate things, and it's also sort of like creating a bit of a delay in when the bass comes in and all that stuff. So I would probably just put this on when I'm like happy with a sort of like a rough sketch of the track, and then put this on and just sit down for an afternoon, do some resampling, and then some chopping up of that audio, you know, to get some interesting extra sections or variations that I can just sprinkle in here and there, or maybe replace some hits, because you're gonna get things that are based on what you already have. So you're probably gonna get some sounds that are make you gonna go, oh, that one actually sounds really similar to that hit I already have, but it sounds better, and then you then just replace it, you know. But it's a great tool for that. It's so, I don't know. It's like, I have a lot of granular effects, but this one just sounds really good, and it has a lot of interesting sort of like features that allow for very interesting things. Is it weird? I'm in such a happy place with music. I don't want to buy anything or learn any new plugins right now. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Um, okay. We need something that's building up here for sure. So I guess we can just start making that. Up until here, probably. Yeah, this section would be awesome if you resampled those with swell delays and grain delay. Yeah, like I would resample that sound, this layer, this section, and just then sort of like probably take bits and pieces of it to kind of introduce that here, and then maybe also use parts of it in the drop, you know, just parts that sound cool, and it can just really help to kind of make the track more interesting, because it will be so hard to sound or to synthesize those kind of sounds completely from scratch, right? If you would do that in a serum patch, that's gonna take so long to do, if not impossible. So yeah, it's just a good way to get interesting variations on a sound that you already have, you know. Did you start this today? Yeah, I did. I already had the drums at the start of the stream though. I just I made those drums off stream. They're not too complicated. These drums are very simple. It's basically the same thing as what I did for a series that I'm working on at the moment. I just launched the first video on Patreon. So hey, nice bridge right here. If you want to support me on Patreon and watch that video already, it's a video about how to make drum and bass kick drums from absolute scratch with Serum. And then it's a deep dive, so it's 35 minutes of me designing kick drums and giving you all kinds of tips and tricks to make kick drums better and make really punchy, really good kick drums. And yeah, that video is already available on Patreon. I'm editing the second video right now, which is about snare drums in Serum. And then the third one is gonna be hi-hats, percussion, not necessarily with Serum, but more with like samples and how to think about, adding a bit of groove and stuff like that. And that is all part of a new series that's like a deep dive into drum and bass drums. And I'm going to be adding more videos in the future to that whole playlist. So for now, it's 3 videos, but then after that, I can just keep adding more drum based videos to the playlist. And then eventually, there's going to be a deep dive into drum and bass drums playlist with everything you want to know. So if somebody wants to learn something about drum and bass drums, you can just point them to the playlist and they basically got everything they need to get started. So the thing is, like, I did a video, I think 2 years ago now, called The Basics of Drum and Bass Drum Patterns. And that is like my almost best watch video at this point. There's like 2 videos that have more views. One is the Skrillex vocal chop video, which is like, I think the second video I ever did on this channel. So that one is like, what, 7 or 8 years old? And it has like 500,000 views, I think, or even more, like 700,000 views or something like that. And then there's one other video that has quite a bit of views, and then the video about the drum and bass drum patterns. And that video is going so quick that at this pace it's going to be my best watched video in like probably a year. So a lot of people started responding on that one as well, like, hey, can you do a follow-up with a more advanced look or a more deeper look on drum and bass drums, and like not necessarily only in the patterns but also in like how to make them. And I was like, I probably should do that follow-up now. It's been 2 years, so I thought, let's maybe do that. And yeah, I already launched the first video now, like I said, and I'm working on the second. And yeah, I think if anybody has suggestions for the series as well, like, you can just give me a couple suggestions and I'll add them to a list. And then when I feel like making another video for that series, then I'm gonna be like, oh, I'll just look at the list and just pick one of the topics and just dive into it. And I want to do maybe some other stuff as well. Like, I've been thinking about maybe like also going over like more sample drums in the series, like going over like different breaks maybe or stuff like that. There's a lot of things we can be looking at, addictive drums. I don't know, making drums from other weird sounds that are not necessarily drums. There's a lot of options for that series to kind of keep going with it. The main reason is also because I got so many questions of people that always ask, how do you make drums punchy? How do you make drums sound big? And honestly, it isn't difficult. It really is not difficult to make drums big if you know what you're doing. So that's also why I kind of want to do that series, because like these drums, they're really simple, but they're absolutely massive. Like, it's just a kick, a snare, and a hat. But already it's huge. Like, it sounds big, and the snare isn't even that low pitched. It's just, but it just has the right sort of like it fills out most of the frequency spectrum, and that's kind of what you need, right? It's just a lot of, it's quite filled out, a lot of high end, and getting that is not that difficult. I think one of the biggest things people look for, I just covered it on my own end, is the mid-project decision stuff. Yeah, true. I think if you can teach people how to move on in their project, especially with a hard genre, you would do really well with it. I agree. I agree. But at this point, I guess I first need to work myself through finishing a couple of tracks first before I want to talk about those things. You probably get why, but just but I get what I get what you're talking about. It's something that I definitely do talk about every now and then already, but it's mostly during the live streams, I guess. Because that's when you also get into those moments, right? You have those moments happen, and somebody can directly ask it in a chat and just be like, "Yo, what did you do there?" and I'll just be like, I'll just go over it, right? So it's just, I guess it's more something that would happen naturally in the live streams than in like a video, but yeah, it's definitely something that I could do more videos about. But what I'm thinking about doing is like when I have the tracks for the EP done and the release, there's going to be full breakdowns of those tracks, right? And that would be a good video to go into those things, because I think that would be a really good, then you can just go over it and be like, oh, here I have the old version. You can hear how it sounded, and this is what I did to get to the result, to the version that sounds a lot better. And that's a lot better because then you have all the different stages and the different sort of like examples you can give for that. Which I think would also make people understand it better, I guess. I know I do. Like, if I watch other people show, like, I follow a couple of people on Patreon, and if they break down a track and they also show, like, some of the older versions, so that you can really kind of, like Noisia does it on their Patreon a lot, and I know other people do it as well. And it's just something that it makes you kind of, it makes it easier to kind of see where the track started and how it took shape over time. Which is, yeah, that has to do with arrangement as well. Like, it's the sound design is one part, right? But then the arrangement, you only hear the final product most of the time. So it's really hard. It can be really hard to sort of like hear, okay, so how did they get there? And that to me is a lot more valuable as well. Like, it's the thought process behind something that is a lot more valuable to me than, oh, set this knob to 4 o'clock and set this knob to 50%. It's yeah, cool. But I want to know why you do something, why people twist that knob, or why you grab that effect. That's something that is so much more valuable. And luckily, that's one thing a lot of people always say about my videos. They say like, hey, you go a lot into everything, as opposed to some tutorials where people just go like, oh, we're gonna make this sound, and then you literally just have to sit there for 3 minutes. They just speed run through the settings in 3 minutes, and you have to pause the video every 5 seconds to keep up. And then after the 4 or 5 minute video is over, you have a shitty sound, and you haven't learned shit, but only how to make that one shitty sound, and that's it. I don't want to really spend much time with those kind of videos. I want to know what people think when they do something. And I think that also leads you to a position where you get to understand everything a lot more, and then you can apply it in a way where you don't necessarily know, or you don't necessarily learn how to make just one sound. You learn how to do a lot with that technique, as opposed to just learning, hey, how to make this sound. No, D&B Academy isn't necessarily that big on it. They're not that they do it quite well. They do it quite well because he does tend to also show like, okay, like this is a good thing to change in the patch to get a lot of different variations, or this is how I would use it maybe to try and make it different. He tends to try and show those things as well. So that's, I think, good, because like if you're gonna do videos about like how to recreate this or how to recreate that, which is what he's doing, then you have to kind of give people certain values, because that's how you get to that result, right? So that's there's not really a way to get around it at that point. But if people are just gonna be like, I see so many people making tutorials about like, hey, let's make a WUP sound, and then it's just like, okay, they don't really show the whole, or well, they do show the process, but it's more like, oh, set this low pass filter to here, put an envelope on it, and give it a range of 50%. It's like, no. Maybe you want a range of 60%. Maybe you want no range on it. I don't know. Maybe you want to automate it by hand. There's so many different ways of doing the same thing, and they all will lead to slightly different variations or results. So it's, yeah. Yeah. It depends. Post processing can be important, but doesn't have to be. You can make the sickest sounds in just a patch by itself, but yeah, in other instances, post processing is gonna make the sound. Really depends. I know people that literally design a patch in Serum as close as possible to what they want, and then it's literally just a little bit of EQ and some saturation on the Serum patch, and that's it. But there's also people that just take a very basic saw wave with a filter coming out of Serum and then just do everything with post-processing. Whatever floats your boat. That's the thing, right? There's no right or wrong. Whatever works for you works, and you should just do whatever works. I'm all about doing as much as possible without post-processing now. I think I'm a little bit of a blend in between. I do kind of like post-processing because the longer the chain gets, the more sort of like unpredictable the whole end result is going to be. And then changing something early on in the chain is going to have this huge results, which is kind of cool, and can usually lead to some pretty happy accidents. But I also do tend to at least get pretty close with the patch if I can. Like this thing is just, but a lot of times this is something I have to say as well. Like a lot of times the patches don't even have to be complicated. Like this whole thing, it's literally a saw wave with a filter and some distortion. That's it, and some reverb. That's what it is. It's a single saw wave. That's what it is. So it's like I can still go back into this patch and start messing with all of this. And because we already have all of this here, all this movement coming from the LFO, and then this little bit of processing, which I guess isn't even that much, right? Just a bit of reverb, bit of saturation, a little bit of EQ, and then just making the bass mono. So it's very subtle processing. It's not that big. I guess most of it is happening in the patch here as well. But on the oscillator level, I'm not really doing much. And that I like to do, because then when I start writing now, I'm like right now I'm just sort of like writing a sketch for the track. And then when I have that sketch, I still have all of this space here that I can use, right? And I can, for instance, say, this is good, what I have now. But, I might want to have some variation here and there. What happens if we FM this now, for instance? And then suddenly you have a completely different patch made from the same thing that probably fits really well, because it's made from the same patch as the other one. Yeah, like a lot of times patches don't necessarily have to be complicated if the processing is right. It's a nuisance to stack the chain. Yeah, true. I mean, it can get a little bit messy sometimes. Noisia made the reason, could this be with solves with voices and trash and EQ and that's it? Yeah, I mean, sounds good. Sounds really nice, that track, so. Yeah, you really have to know what your tools do and know what to use when. Like that's just the thing that you really have to know. You can buy as many plugins as you want, but if you don't really understand them, then you're not really gonna get anywhere. It's when you know how to use them. It's when you know when to use what tool. Like this unfiltered audio silo thing. I'm not gonna have that on there. It's just only when I want to get variations, when I want to get some interesting, weird sounding, sort of like variations on the sounds that I already have, then I might throw it on there and just do some resampling with it. Same with Portal. It's the same kind of thing. I would use that in the same way. But then again, like, you can just buy the plugin, but if you never really sit down to understand what it really does, then you're not really going to be able to use it to its full potential, because you're just going to be sitting there twisting some knobs and hoping that something good comes out. But if you really know what it's doing, like if you know that you can sync this up by having this like this, for instance, like I set it up a little bit ago, then, you can get a lot more interesting results than when you're just flicking through the couple of presets and maybe twisting a couple of the knobs and, recording the output. Bunshin is very set on making changes for a reason, and he has a desired outcome with every change he makes. It's very thought out, and he always makes sense. I mean, yeah. But that's just because he knows his tools. Plugin ads. Yeah, there are very, very little ads that are done right, in my opinion. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I'll just put this on repeat. So you can just listen to this. I'll be back in just a bit. Yo, we're back. And later, Elk. See you on one of your streams, probably. Maybe tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. Not sure if you're streaming, but or if you're still here. More skips in the kick, like just before the breakdown. What, you mean? Like that? Like, I also want to hear what we get if we do this. For that section, you know? Let's try. That might be a better pattern for this tune. That or this. Ooh. Ah, that's kind of cool. Don't really like that one. We need some head samples. Or we need some shuffle. Some nice shuffle bit. Where do we have some nice shuffle? We have something. Oh, I know something. I'm gonna use one of the cheeky old samples. Here? Or is it this folder? Let's find a good one. You're probably thinking, what the fuck? One moment. One moment. Bear with me. Turn the shakers off for now. Get our sidechain. Drop that on here. So we get see what I mean? House loops are fucking great for drum and bass. They work so well. Like, chop them up a little. And there's like, there's so many options because there's so many of those packs, right? With an offbeat head, kind of cool. I find those with those little, what is it? Those shuffle things in it. Or that. Those ones are really good as well, like the ones that have a bit of a bongo hit in it or something like that, like some kind of a percussion roll. Like, it just, there's so many options with it, and you can get some really cool percussion with it. I would chop them up though, like I would, because right now I'm just using the complex warping mode, so it's gonna sound a little fucked. You probably want to have it on 16s, like if this one is luckily on 16, so we could just do this and then set this to 16s, and then you get much better sound quality. And sometimes even just taking one section like this just gives you that little roll that you need, like something really simple like that. Or you can even do something weird like this so that you get some weird polyrhythm. So many options. Yeah, it's this one. It's only on one side. But like, I would just search for a couple of loops that work, and then just chop them up and find, like, you know, one that sounds good, and make just a nice, you know, just a mashup from a couple of ones. This one kind of works. I'm just gonna like, that's what it is. Something Disclosure would use or something. Not something you would expect in drum and bass, right? These are great. Like the ones that have that. The ones that have that shuffle in it. Like that part, that. Those are really good as well. And you can see this one is off a little. See? The 16th notes are shifted to the right a little bit. So this one has groove. I would probably do the same thing as well, like with this track. I think that would actually sound pretty good. I have a groove template for that kind of stuff that I already made, which I have right here. Like if I put that on the synth, what happens? Like now the synth gets a little bit of... Let's remove that one. What it does, I just made a groove template that basically only shifts the 16th notes ahead of time. So, or no, not ahead of time. It shifts the 16th notes so that they're later. And then you can apply that to all your stuff, so all your percussion as well, and then only the 16th notes are shifted later, just like what you see in this loop. Like all of these ones, like this one is straight on the grid. This one is straight on the grid. That one is straight on the grid. But these are like, what is that, 1/32nd note late? Or something like that? See? And it's only the 16th notes, and that creates a almost like, it's the same thing as what you would hear in Garage, for instance. Like, I don't have it on the drums right now, but if we do this, because we only really need to do it on the kick here, and then set that groove also on the kick drum. Snare is basically always hitting on the grid, that's fine, the head as well. This one is hitting exactly on 16ths, as you can see. So I'm just gonna go and do beats, do 16ths, and then do that. And then I'm gonna select the same groove here as well. So all the 16 ones of these are gonna be shifted to the right. And then let's copy this to here so that we get the same thing there. And this one is already doing that. But just to be sure, we can make sure we have a marker here that is correct. Let's see what we get. Let's do a little experiment. Set this to beats, transients, and then the groove as well. So now everything should have the groove in this section. See? That's a little bit strong. So let's take the mid one. You can hear this is without. Good. This is fully with the full amount of it, which is maybe a bit much. But if we maybe set the timing of the groove, and I'm not sure you can see that, right? You can see that. Now you can. See this thing here? So at 0, and then at 100. And you can, let me just record it as well so we can see it. Okay, so that's 1. And then let's do with it. So now we do down and up. So this is what we get. See? These completely unaffected. But only these ones are shifted to the right. It's really easy to make. Just make a MIDI clip, 16th notes, shift the 16th notes a little bit to the right, save that as a groove, and then just keep that in your groove in your groove pool, so that you can apply it. And then we can use this timing percentage to dial in how much of this we want. So we can shift it maybe only for a little bit. So maybe do 50%. So then you get up to about here. And it just makes it sound a little bit more interesting, you know, as opposed to, especially the percussion in the background, the shakers, like, just gives it a bit of groove. How you make a groove template? That's very simple. That's really very simple. I'll show you what you need to do. All you need to do is this. Make yourself a MIDI track. You make yourself a clip of, it doesn't even have to be a beat. You can literally just, or a bar. You can literally just do one beat. But I like to do a full bar. That way you can even add like some variation if you want. But like, let's say you just want to have what I just showed you. That's just literally a clip of one beat. Like that. And then all I did was just this. Put like a note in there, like that. Take these, do that, so that you can easily select them. And then all you do is just set the grid to something like that. And then just do that, up to, let's say that. So if we set it to medium, yeah. So we just shift it over, like one of those grid lines. And then we just do that, do legato, and move these back down. So you have this, and then you just do extract groove right here. And then it's going to show up right here in your groove pool. And then all you do is give it a name, blah, 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 blah. And then you click the save icon here, and then it saves it into your groove pool. And that's how you do it. And then you're done. Like, I can show it as well. Like, if I go take this file, drop it on the MIDI track here, you can see it's one beat. And it's literally the same thing as what I just showed you. Here. See? It's the exact same thing. I just didn't do the legato thing. That's not important. You can just have them like that. But, like, you can even then, in your groove window here, Like, this is not really gonna work well right now because I have, oh no, it will work because I didn't do it on the snare. But what I did here is if we, for instance, do random at like 10%, then it's going to give a random timing to all the hits that have the groove applied to them. And because the snare doesn't have it, the only thing that will happen now is that there might be a little bit of a misalignment between the two layers of the kick, so that might not work, but yeah, they're not really aligned properly now. But it's very subtle, so... But it will add a little bit of variation to the timings. And that will make it even sound even more human. Like just a tiny bit. And it's just going to make everything feel a little bit more random. It's not always exactly the same. And if we then do that with the bass... These are all getting a bit much now. Maybe these are a bit much as well. This one, because these are already off, it's not really working. What we should do with this one is probably select these and do a little like that and move them all to the 16s so that it's going to move them to the right position. There you go. I'll leave it at 0 on the random for now because it's gonna mess with that kick drum. But it works really well, that groove template. It's nice to just have a bit of it just gives it a tiny bit of groove, and it feels so much nicer. That's just straight, and it just immediately loses that feeling. It's just, and maybe 50% is already too much. Like maybe even just something like 35 or 40% is all we need. Yes. That's really more for there, but I want to try out a couple of more of those house loops because this is kind of fun. We got some interesting weird variations for the drums, and I think we can find a better one. Some of them are going to be absolutely shit, like that one probably. Oh, we want to do this so we don't get any warp marks. Actually, something like that might not even be that bad. Gets a little bit of a Caracal Project vibe on the drums, though, I have to say. He tends to do a lot of this kind of stuff as well. I feel like he uses, or he takes some inspiration from house music drums. I definitely think so. Like I don't know because I haven't spoken to him, but when I hear his music and when I hear his drums, the shuffle in it really reminds me of house music and garage and stuff like that. So I think he has a lot of influences coming from that kind of scene. But that's just me listening to his tunes, but I don't really know for sure. But that's all in the swing. Like, if you add these kind of hats, you immediately get that kind of, you know, feeling. And it's all about, because there's these offbeat hats in it. The Caracol Project. Felix. That's his real name. No, just look it up. The Caracol Project. Type it in the chat if you want. It's not an easy name. He's been absolutely blowing up. His stuff is doing really good. And for good reason. Let me also do that, so that that extra hat, that higher hat. It's kind of cool. Completely lost in the mix though, but I don't really like it in the mix either, but like I want something with that in it, like some percussive kind of thing that I can chop up. No. I mean, that has percussion, but no. It's way too messy. That kind of works. Seriously, you guys must have heard these samples for a lot of times already. Me included. That Like, these packs are old. But still works for layers. And it's different than what normally people would use. Like, it's not the standard drum and bass sample packs that everybody would grab, you know. Like, or everybody that, I guess most people that just want to make drum and bass but don't want to spend the time, I guess, on finding nice samples that are original from what other people would use. Like, all the big people, nobody of those uses all those drum and bass sample packs. They might use one every now and then, but they're not going to sit down and just smash a couple of loops together from some drum and bass sample packs, because that way you're going to get a drum and bass track that sounds like everybody else, right? So, but if you pick something from a completely different genre, then the chance that somebody uses that is very small. So, I would say just completely go for it. And it's a good excuse to finally use some of those loops. Again, this is literally the loop sample packs that I used when I started making music, when I did like house music and electro house and those kind of things. This is the packs that I was using. Do they have percussive loops as well, by any chance? Percussive loops. Hey. We'll probably have to chop it up as well, but that's fine. Groove, yeah. Yes. That one is kind of cool. Dun, 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 Maybe not, but it's 1 a.m. I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and I think we have plenty of stuff to work from tomorrow. That was the goal as well today, to hopefully get something and get a sketch done of something that can, well, make for a good stream tomorrow. because we've had a bunch of streams in the last few months where I went at the end of the stream. That wasn't really the best one. So I think we did good today, though. I think we did really good. Thanks for being here. Hope you liked it. Any final questions? Any final things you want to say? Anything you need to get off your chest? This is the moment to do it. Anything you want to ask? Feel free. I'm still here. I'll be looking at the chat for a bit. There's an open. Oh, that I already read that. Damn, I never thought of doing this happy accidents again. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's just you just force some happy accidents to happen by just chugging some loops in and seeing what sticks. And when something sticks, you just, either mark it like I just did. I have that red color for the favorites. I just mark everything that I like, just in that. That's basically also for me, so that I know. And then when I need something, I can go back to it. But it's just nice, This was a good stream. It was a better stream than some of the other ones in the past few months. And yeah, I think we have a good thing for tomorrow. Like, a lot we can do. I'll be checking this tomorrow. I'll be checking it tomorrow in the afternoon on my speakers and just probably work a bit on it off stream. Then on stream tomorrow, we're probably gonna do. I'll probably do maybe a resampling session off stream or something. You guys know what I did. You guys know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna chuck silo from unfiltered audio on that layer here, probably on this one as well, and just mess with it and record some mud pies. And then tomorrow we don't have to do that. We can just grab the samples directly and start working on the track and making it better. Puppet set. I'm not sure what you posted, but I'm seeing that Streamlabs bot said that you should not post links. So I'm not sure what you posted, but you should not post links. Big up Budney. Thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll play this during the end of the stream. If there's anything you want to chat about, anything you want to ask still, then you can come to the Discord. Discord link is in the chat in just a little bit. If you want to help support, by the way, you can support on Patreon. New video is up on Patreon right now. I'm also working on the Patreon pack for the upcoming, or for this month, I should say. I'm making some top loops in this pack, so there's going to be a whole bunch of loops with like shakers. There's going to be, just all kinds of different top loops, like hi-hat patterns, shakers, tambourines, rides, stuff like that. Just a lot of stuff like that. And the video is up on Patreon right now, so you can go watch that video if you are a member on Patreon. And if you're not, and you don't want to wait until watching that video, until I make it public, which I don't know when it's going to be. Kind of depends when I feel like it's, when I have a nice amount of videos sort of like stacked up to release, then I will start making those videos public. But for now, they're available on Patreon already. So if you want to go watch those, then check out the Patreon. That's going to be it. I'll be back tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. And we're going to be working on this again. I'll be buying some drinks and make sure that we have a good stream tomorrow. At least I'll try. Let's not jinx it. Thanks for the donations to who donated. There was one donation, right? Well, I'm not sure where I can see that again, but thanks to the person who donated. I forgot your name. I'm not sure who it was. Oh, it was Alchemy, of course. It was Alk. He's not here anymore, but thanks. If you're watching this back, thanks. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be in the Discord afterwards. So if you, like I said, if you want to have a chat, then come to the Discord. And if not, then I would like to see you again tomorrow. Peace.